What's up, everybody? It's Tony Ortiz, and here we are. We're starting the practice journey for FFR, and I'm just taking down some notes here. um, I'm basically just gonna take um, my main notes that I use to record my submissions and just alter them. I'm obviously going to take out a lot of the stuff where I talk about the logistics of what we're going to do with the marathon, and I'm just going to talk a lot more about the game itself. So hopefully, as I play over the next few weeks, we will also have some commentary come in as well, so we can practice that. That may be held private. I'm going to respect my colleagues on what they would like to do when it comes to that. If they'd rather practice without it being streamed, that's totally fine. Um, but I'm going to try to log as much of my journey for the public as possible so that people can watch this later. And all of my content is not monetized. I have a full-time job doing something else, and I don't need to earn anything off of any of this. This marathon is for charity, and I have no ill will or qualms against anybody who does. But I just wanted to maybe try to get something out there that's not only ad free, free to watch without having to have any inconvenience, but also that comes from um, somebody who is not one of the best 5 or 6 players at their game, who is not a professional gamer, who's not a professional streamer, who does not do this for a living, just to kind of show that it can be done. Like many things in life, if you work hard and you put the hours in, you can get to a lot of different places. And sometimes it just takes a little bit of luck. Right place, right time. Sometimes being available is the best thing you can do to be involved in something like this. So I want to try to log that experience, and committing to a month straight of just practicing almost every day, if not every day, and documenting it as much as I can. So what I have right now currently to the side is I have the basic notes of what I want to try to cover. I'm assuming in this scenario today that I will be on my own, and I will not be able to get anybody in for commentary. So that means I have to play, and I have to commentate my own play at the same time, which is hard enough doing a regular speed run. But when you are doing a randomizer and you have to recognize what's happening, make decisions, adjust, and then calculate gambles, all sorts of other stuff like that, obviously the mental stack goes a little higher. So I commentate a lot of our races, a lot of our tournament matches, whatever I can when we have those. And I play a lot myself, but also if I had to put myself into the category of commentator or runner, what am I better at? I think I am better at commentating. So my goal not only is to get much better at the game, I think I'm at a pretty good level as it is, but it's to get much better, but it's also to get better at the commentary part and to get better at playing and commentating at the same time, so we have the best possible run that we can have at the event. So here we go. I've got the base notes. I will run through them all. What I do not have written down and outlined is a lot of the more detailed mechanics. So I'm thinking of places on where to drop, donation time, or event update time, or promo time, whatever is needed during the run. And I'm not sure how. Again, this is the first time we're doing this live, so it's probably going to be a lot more loose and free. And people will probably talk a lot through their runs about what's going on, because again, randomizers are another step complicated above a regular speed run and all the tricks you're going to do. So I think there'll probably be a lot of that. But I want to try to get a feel for where I can put donations in. Menuing's usually a good spot to do that. So like the shop, I think will probably be like, boss fights, I think, are usually a good place to do that, because all of them are pretty straightforward. There's not really a whole lot of mechanics when it comes to boss fights. It's very similar to Soten in that way. I don't have anything written down for actual raw mechanic data, like the difference between the shards. I'll probably cover that as I go, and as I menu and equip, some shards that I find and so on. I don't have anything written down about drop pools, drop percentages, stuff like that. But what I'll do is probably work that in later. I just want to get the base shtick down, and I want to try to be able to run through all this information by the time we're done with Errantville, so that after that we have a lot more freedom in terms of like what to explain when, and for all sorts of other stuff like fielding questions while playing. If we have somebody hosting and they have questions, or the chat has questions and they can filter those questions in, I want to have room to breathe for that. And I also want to have, again, of course, we have to have room to breathe for donations, for promos, and event announcements and all that other stuff while this is going on. So yeah, that's what I have right now. So that's where we're going to start. The first couple days I'm probably going to focus a lot on just getting the, not script per se, but like I have an outline and I'm just like firing through all the stuff that's in the outline, trying to get it all explained throughout the ship, throughout the Errantville village area, and then I will get that down to a T. And then what I'll probably end up doing for the first 3 or 4 runs is I'll probably just like casually explain some stuff as I come across it, and I'll try to leave empty spaces for a minute, 2 minutes, and so on, noting where I'm at in the timer in the bottom left for these other things that I was mentioning. Okay, so let's get her going. Let's get this rig rolling. Let's turn the sound down a little bit. That would probably be... I'm just going to turn it way down so that I can... Because I think the most important part of this is to have the commentary easily hearable. I'm sure that they'll do all the audio stuff there. I want to try to speak in my regular medium to quiet. I mean, I can be super loud, but I don't want to blow my voice out during the run, because it's on Friday night and I'm staying for the whole event. So I probably have to end up doing a lot of talking, and so I'm gonna try to like train at this volume, and then let the team there do the job at mixing the audio to make it sound like what they wanted to sound like. Okay. So, do we need to... Maybe I go master up 1, but then I leave everything out. Because there are some really loud... Okay, because there are some really, really loud things that are disproportionately loud, like Abyssal Guardian, for some reason, is just super loud. Okay, so I'm going to go here, and we're going to go STS right now. So you won't see this screen live on the marathon. You will see me hit existing seed, then it will confirm these categories effectively. So I'll explain them real quick, but I will be doing it from a screen that is just a list of these and not the selections. So defeat all evil means we have to fight both bosses. We have to do the actual story of the game. Key items shuffled in anywhere. This is a little tricky to understand the difference too. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but we could talk about this a lot further. Basically, it's always going to be set to anywhere, because if you put key items on shuffled, the key items will disregard your item selection. So you have to put them to be anywhere, and then they will follow the item selection you pick later. Save rooms and warp rooms. This is just to randomize those. This is self-explanatory. Although note that some warp rooms and save rooms will always stay where they are, even if you make them mixed, just for avoiding certain soft locks and so on. The items is probably the most important. This kind of determines how the game's going to shuffle everything. So the main difference between the two categories that we have up for the option is we have retain type and we have total random. So retain type is going to make sure all of each shard's color stay on each shard of the same color. It's going to make sure that every chest that would have a weapon in it also has a weapon in it, but it's shuffled around of the other chests that have weapons in them. This does not shuffle any kind of crafting item into a chest, and vice versa, necessarily vice versa, but a lot of items in chests are purchasable as well. Yeah. Well, actually, let me correct that. It does not shuffle any items that are normally not craftable um, into the crafting section in and of itself. Total random will do that, but a random shop shuffled will do something different. We'll get to that in a second. So, yeah, I probably should work on this section a little bit. So let's just start that over. Okay, so retain type, what that's going to do is it's going to make sure every single item in the game will be shuffled where a similar item in the same category would be dropping from. So if a weapon chest has a weapon in it, if a chest has a weapon in it, it will be shuffled with another chest that has a weapon in it, and so on and so forth. Any enemy that drops items, that is not changed. Um, that's changed by the enemy drops category, but everything else effectively will you know that comes from a chest or a drop from an enemy will change, or not a drop from an enemy's drop pool. God, how do we want to word this actually? I'm thinking that maybe we should say, let's say, okay, so retain type is all of the chests in the game and all of the shard drops in the game retain their type and are shuffled amongst themselves. So purples are shuffled with purples, and reds are shuffled with reds for shards, and then with chests, accessories are shuffled with accessories, weapons are shuffled with weapons, and so on. Enemy drops are a little bit different. They have their own category. The shops, crafting, and quests have their own categories, as we'll cover right now. Total random disregards what I just said and shuffles everything together. Now, shards won't drop weapons, and chests won't have shards in them, but all shards of all colors will be shuffled amongst all of the methods of obtaining them with drops, and then all chests will be shuffled with all chests. So this could put a key item in a chest somewhere else, completely nowhere near where it would have been, or nowhere near another key item chest. That's probably the best way to say it. Item drops. This is an interesting category because it doesn't actually 100% cover, what you would think. So mixed shards. This is if you want to mix up shards with not items. Mixed items is if you want to mix up items with not shards. Chaos is where you want to mix both. And what this also means is it doesn't necessarily mean that enemy drops are going to be shuffled completely. Every enemy has a drop pool of up to 4 items that they drop. So what the game does is it takes that pool of items, it keeps it intact, but then it shuffles it to potentially a random enemy somewhere else, and then so on. So that's how that works. Crafting, anything that you could craft is now shuffled, ingredients and outcomes, except for food. Food does not get shuffled. Shops, same thing. There will be X amount of items in each section of the shop available. Sometimes it's a couple, sometimes it's more, and then they will be completely random. And then the quest results will be randomized. So the items you need to turn in, like the tunic for the item finding, and the enemies that you need to kill for the kill quests, those values will stay the same, but the rewards will be randomized. So that's kind of like everything in a quick description with not as much theory. Okay, so one thing to note when we start the game, the timer does not start until you move your character. This is Miriam. She is equivalent to Alucard in Symphony of the Night in terms of how she plays. She has a backdash, a way to cancel it. She equips items, she equips magic and casts spells and all that. The game also has another character, Zangetsu. You'll see him later. If you see speedruns of Zangetsu, you'll know he operates very similar to Richter. He doesn't equip items or anything like that, but he has a bunch of special techniques that are all done with directional inputs. And, he has his own style playing through the game. Okay, so very first you saw 4 items pop up there as well on the screen. Those are DLC items. Those are absolutely free when you buy the game. The game has some free DLC and it has some paid DLC. We are running with just the free DLC, and it only really matters in Max Chaos because in STS there are several weapon chests on the boat that we will touch and make sure we get something that can do damage to the boss that lets us get off the boat. But in Max Chaos, where anything can be anywhere, you could very well go through this section of the ship and find no weapons. So what the key free item that the free DLC gives you is it gives you a 12 damage short range weapon, which is effectively anywhere from 6 to 12 times more effective than your fists would be. One thing about Soten and Roten that did not translate is just raw melee. Alucard's fists and Soten do a lot of damage, especially as he levels up. Miriam, unfortunately, for some reason, despite being quite the martial artist, just doesn't do much damage with just unequipped hands and feet, if you will. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and kick it off now. You're going to see me start backdashing immediately. That's the main movement tech in the run. It works almost the exact same as Soten, where you use a shield to cancel the backdash. The only difference in Ritual is that we are going to, since we don't use shields, we're going to crouch to cancel it instead. And you get the effectively the same result. And we're going to kick it off, and we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Okay. And basically what you do when you run by a chest is you just hit up on the D-pad and you open it. And yeah, pretty much this is a Metroidvania. It's like I just mentioned, it's the spiritual successor to Soten. Almost all the buttons line up pretty similar. You know, we have a jump, we have attacks, we have... instead of having to manually cast spells with directional inputs, though, we have the shard system, which is pretty much exactly the same as the soul system from the Game Boy Castlevanias. So if you've ever played a Game Boy Advance Castlevania, you'll know that every enemy has a chance to drop a soul. In this game, they are called shards, and it's usually a small percentage, but you know, almost every enemy has this. And these are the key to having an easier game. So basically, here, I'm going to go ahead and equip a weapon because we need to do damage real quick. To this enemy here, this is a guaranteed drop. And it's a purple shard in STS. So sometimes you can get the shard you need to beat the game right there. Okay. And you saw that enemy there dropped a red shard. Now, typically what we'll do is once we get a shard from something, we won't bother killing it. We'll just evade it or whatever to get around it. It really depends on what it was. Like, if I don't have to go out of my way to kill Mortes, the enemy that dropped that shuriken shard, I'll probably go ahead and kill some more. It's also part of a quest that we can do in a little bit. So, actually, stacking up your shards will help out their effectiveness. You can also manually upgrade them with a crafting item. So there's 2 ways to improve the strength of your shards in this game. Getting more copies of it and manually leveling it up with crafting items. So as you can see, I'm just moving through here, pretty normal. One thing you may have noticed me do is a Mega Man slide. We have that ability. It's just down and jump. And what that does is it's a little bit faster than walking, and when you use it off the edges of ledges, it kind of gets you off the ledge a little tiny bit faster. I mean, it's negligible frames, but, you know, just a movement technique that it's never bad to do. You know. And basically, a lot of the movement in this game is really cool because almost all of it's cancelable. So pretty much everything in the game is cancelable by something, whether it be jumping, dashing, you know, crouching, using a slide, you know, all that stuff. Melee attacks can be canceled with backdashes as well. So you can get your hitbox out on the screen, make the attack, and then cancel it by backdashing. I can kind of show you that right here. Alright, well that's dead, but basically you can do... Yeah, you can do that. So you can see I kind of... The timing is tight, but you can do it. Okay, and this is where we'd have some donations, or, you know, we would list off the incentives, do an announcement, what have you, because this boss fight is pretty... It's bog standard. You just attack, you avoid the stuff, and that's it. And without a strong weapon, you're going to go to phase 2, which is, you know, limits the window I have to hit the boss for decent damage. We also get a red shard drop here, which is usually not of consequence in STS, so this is the perfect time for donations and other announcements and so on. I'm going to let that run through this beginning section here. There's not really anything new to talk about in this area. Okay, so what we did there was we just went to both of our little areas in the city. We have a shop to the left. We have a crafting improvement station to the right. And, you know, we've got some other weapons that we let rock. Okay, cool. Bronze is a nice drop. Sometimes it lets you craft a good weapon. Notice so this big great sword I have here, the hitbox is wildly different from the regular sword I was using before. And there's several weapon types in the game. The combat kind of follows the old Soten recipe, GBA Vania style as well, where you can do the jump canceling and all that. That is kind of something that basically was merged together, right? So this is the spiritual successor to Soten, as I mentioned, but also there are a lot of the GBA Castlevania games integrated in as well. Not just the soul system, but like the combat, the movement, some of the movement, and you know, various other things. Okay, we have the warp rooms, just like in Soten there, so I can go ahead and warp back here later. Typically, you can avoid that with waystones, but I should have actually avoided picking that up there, since you have waystones purchasable in the shop. Basically, the waystone is the library card, and it takes us to that middle of the town area that I was in. So, anywhere, you use that item, you teleport back there. Okay, wow, this is quite interesting. So, basically, we just found the best item in the game. The Jeebles glasses. So, since this happened so soon, and, you know, we have it already, I will just explain it right now. The Jeeble glasses are the best item in the game because they give you effectively infinite MP. Now, when I say effectively, what I mean is it just doesn't make anything that you do cost MP. So you do have to have the maximum amount of MP required to do something in order to kick off that ability and for it to work. But once you have over that amount, you're golden. So as long as you have this equipped, your attacks will not cost MP. So basically, once we get to around 200 MP, there's like nothing in the game that we could do that isn't covered. And we're just going to have a really easy, breezy run here in terms of like safety and risk taking. Because now all the stuff that costs MP that would normally be, you know, gated behind management of this system is just now not a concern. And I already have pretty good offensive shards. So this is, again, part of the randomizer is luck. And I already have had some really good luck in finding a pretty good red. One of the probably top 10, I'd say. Not top 5, but top 10. Maybe top 5. Maybe the 5th best. I'd have to make an actual reds tier list, but that's good enough for the offense right now. And if we find anything with a bunch of HP, I already have one of the best purples in Aquastream. Aquastream is an SS tier shard. I can show you real quick what it does. It's basically the Super Soaker. And it has, it's one of two purple shards, two shards in the entire game actually, that has secret tech attached to it. Where if you crouch cancel the same way I do when I'm dashing almost, and you let go of the crouch, you actually generate an extra hitbox of the attack, so you effectively can double your damage. Or maybe not double it, but get close to doubling it, based on how fast you can crouch uncrouch. Yeah. Okay. And now that we're in this section in the middle here, I can... we're going to have a boss fight coming up soon, which I'll definitely... We'll leave that for donations and announcements, of course, as well. So actually, it'll be really fast because of what we just found. We're going to be skipping a lot of stuff now because we pretty much have all that we needed to beat the game. That's not the required 2 items. And let me explain what those are right now. So in order to beat the game with the defeat true evil option selected, you are going to need 2 things. 1 item, which is a key item, and 1 shard, which is a purple shard. So the key item is the Zangetsu To, which is a katana that Zangetsu, our boss coming up here, uses. Normally you get this by defeating Zangetsu To in the second encounter, or Zangetsu To 2, and that is in a very, very secluded top left part of the castle that it takes a lot of stuff to get to normally. But with key item shuffled, we only will need that if, 1 out of like 7 or 8 or something shuffles. Okay, and the other item you need is a purple shard, which is Dimension Shift, and there's a barrier at the end of the game that is solid that you cannot get through. The only way to get through it is to teleport past it, and that's what Dimension Shift lets you do. So you need the Dimension Shift shard to get to the M, to even get to the M boss. Those are the only 2 things that are required. And theoretically, since the Zangetsu To is a decent melee weapon, it's the only thing you need to actually beat the final 2 bosses of the game. However, even not grossly under-leveled, as we will be when we get there, since this is a speedrun and a randomizer, beating the final boss with just that sword, and like not necessarily any evasion, healing items, better way to do damage, is very, very difficult. It is not impossible. Our top runners are more than capable of doing it, and doing it consistently. But a lot of us are in big trouble if that's all we have. So one additional thing that you're going to look into if you start checking this out on your own, and if you get to like the mid-top tier level of the game, you're still going to be looking for an effective way to do damage and potentially some healing, just to make sure that if you take a few hits, you don't die and have to start the fight over from scratch, because it's a double boss at the end. And if you lose anywhere, you start at the save point right in front. So, or not necessarily right in front. The save point could be way further away if we play a Max Chaos. It could be a teleport room that's right by the boss. So, okay, I'm just gonna make sure real quick that I'm not losing my sanity. One of the most difficult things about commentating and playing at the same time, especially, is remembering what's done, since we don't really have like a reliable tracker. And also the game in full screen mode is kind of picky about inputs outside of the game. So the tracker probably is best done on like, another device, like a phone, or, manually handwritten in front of you. We have a tracker for like broadcasting, which is handy, but it doesn't really cover a lot of the stuff that actually is important. It covers the key items, which are important, but and the movement abilities. But it doesn't cover like things like the Jeebel's glasses, or like a good way to do damage, or sometimes Kung Fu shoes is something that could be important. So right now, this is a unlikely scenario because the game doesn't have logic to give you this, but we might have a way past the traveling around softlock via having the reflector ray shard and the Kung Fu shoes weapon. I could have actually went to the right in that big open space in the Garden of Silence, because or I could have went back to the right because I found reflector ray, which actually will let you get high enough to then use the Kung Fu shoes, which have like a 3 Rekka Ken type attack that like from Street Fighter basically, and they move you forward through the air without losing you too much height. So what I could have actually done is I could have cheated my way across to the right side there. But the thing is, that's not really a great gamble, considering there's probably a bunch of other stuff that I would want, like that invert shard that I just picked up. That's a movement shard. The white shards are like movement abilities. So I don't know why I went in this room, because I'm commentating and not concentrating. So basically invert does this. It's the last movement option you get in the game, and it's because it is very powerful. It has a bunch of combat implementations that we likely won't even run into, but in a randomizer where this might be your only movement that you pick up in the entire game, there is potential that it will come up, especially with infinite MP. A lot of the more abusable things with invert are very, very MP heavy, so, you know, like, they're not practical unless you have a bunch of mana potions, or, you know, you have Jeebles glasses like we do, which is amazing. I'm so glad to have glasses in, like, my first practice, just because this lets me commentate a lot without thinking, you know, a lot easier. Okay, we're gonna have to evade a bit here. Oh, I got caught. All right. I was trying to kill this enemy right here because he drops a purple shard before I came down. Okay, so we're gonna actually do a little piece of tech here, and that's why I was trying to kill him. Okay, there we go. So you can actually drop that bell by jumping on it, and then it breaks the floor, and then this actually puts us in the section below. But since I have invert, I can just go right back up. So you're not meant to be able to get up to that upper section right away. That lamp typically has the shortcut white shard, which is not a movement ability. It lets you, like, have different inventory loadouts and then switch between them on the fly real quick. Something that should probably just be in the game and not be something you find, but hey, you know, what are you going to do? That's the design decision they made. But the cool bit is that normally the progression in this game revolves around you having to come here, beat this boss. He drops a blue shard, and that blue shard is actually what lets you progress across the castle to the right, the castle garden. Okay, that's the best armor we're going to find in chests right there. It has a bunch of defense and actually luck, which is fun for drop rate. I think I'm also going to switch to... Okay, that's actually worse. Yeah. Wait, this does... Yeah, increase my experience. I actually want to keep that on. So, normally you get a shard from right here that makes you go back down, and there's like a nice little path that kind of like speeds you back down without having to go all the way back through. But if you have movement, a different movement option from that spot there, you can actually go up and come back down here and leave that shortcut open for later. Or if you have invert or high jump, you can just actually keep progressing forward and go higher up into this area of the castle and ignore the lower area of the castle, which is actually what I'm going to do since I have invert. The one thing is, I'm coming over to this specific section right here, because one thing we haven't talked about so far in the game is the logic, and there would be a safety check in case we had a potential soft lock right here in the middle. It's not here. So I'm going to go back, and unfortunately the way that Ritual of the Night was set up for randomizer was actually not their intention when it was first conceived. They actually conceived a roguelike mode for the game. But once they were crowdfunded to begin making the game, this was like a stretch goal for the game. They started making the game. They, funded that goal, and they slowly realized as they were making the game that it was just not going to be possible to get that working in the game. Ooh, okay. So what their compromise was they looked around, they saw that randomizers were a pretty popular thing, and then they were like, okay, well, we're going to do that then, because we can actually make that work. Unfortunately, they set up the tech to do it, but they did not hire anyone to do logic for the game. I don't know why this was a decision made, probably due to budgetary reasons, but the game doesn't really have actual logic that all the other randomizers you're going to watch today have into them. Now, this can be corrected on PC, where you can mod the game and all that, but the problem with that is if we were to go ahead and pursue that way of fixing this issue, that would lock out everybody who likes to play this game on console. And one of the two biggest appeals for this game, even if you're not a Soten fan or a Castlevania fan or a Metroidvania fan or a platformer fan in any way, any of those things, is that it's one of the few games out there that has the randomizer mode built in. As you saw, I just went to the menu and I just selected it. I don't have to go to a place or rely on anybody making changes to make sure things are fixed. If this was, connived from the beginning as like a goal to have in the game, I'm sure that we would have logic and it wouldn't be a big deal. The second thing that's appealing is that it's available on every single platform. And we're talking Switch, we're talking mobile, all of the above, all the last gen consoles, all the current gen consoles, PC, everything. And oh, okay, that's interesting. That's going to give us healing items later for very cheap, which we like to see. And one thing about you know, all this that I've just to finish talking about it is that with the no logic, we just have to figure out ways around that. So sometimes Dimension Shift as a shard or Zangetsu Toe as a sword are just not going to be available in the seed, or we're going to be locked behind other stuff that we need to get to them that we can't get to. Yeah, it happens. So what we've done for an event like this is we've vetted the seed. Somebody's played through it, made sure it's completable. There's the Zangetsu Toe sword that we need, and this is a great place to find it as well because the boss that we need to use it on is right here. This is why a lot of people will rush up here. Especially in STS where we don't have Warp Room Shuffle. Like, you can get a Warp Room right there, and if you need to come back for the one purple that's hiding up in the top left corner of this area, you can absolutely do that later. So, conventional wisdom is always to come up here first, if you can. But yeah, the logic is just something that we have to just fight through. And we fight through it by vetting the seeds for any kind of serious match. So any kind of tournament race or event like this, we'll vet the seeds. Somebody will know. And we'll even have spoiler information so that if like something goes terribly wrong and, you know, things are not looking good, we can give that information and, you know, let somebody finish up their run on time and, you know, not have to worry about anything like that. Okay, and this boss is basically the exact same as Richter in Symphony of the Night. You do X amount of damage to him, and then the little thing appears. I think with with Symphony of the Night you just have to equip the special item and then that appears, and you do X amount of damage to that little orb controlling Richter above, and you know, you defeat him. This one's a little bit flavor different in that, you know, you have to get Jeeble under 600 HP. And then once you get him under 600 HP, Gremory, that little red moon, appears there. You slash her with the specific Zangetsu Toe sword. That ends the fight, and you get that cutscene, and you can continue on. If you defeat Jeeble, you just get the bad ending like you would with Richter. You get like a game over, basically. So yeah, that's how it works. You can change the little slider to have the goal to just beat Jeeble, and you can get some really, really fast runs. I would equivocate just beating Jeeble to like maybe Master Sword pull in Legend of Zelda, or, you know, like beat World 1 in Super Mario World, or Super Mario Brothers 3 or whatever. You know, it's there if you want to do it. Also, if you don't like that whole shtick and you want to make it a one item hunt, you can change it to just defeat True Evil, and that will let you just look for Dimension Shift and go from there. So I think. I don't actually know. I mean, so without defeating Jeeble, it's kind of interesting. I should actually play this out to find out for sure. But to open the area before the final boss's area, you actually have to have the Zangetsu sword as well, and you have to slash that moon in a specific part of the castle to open it. So I'm wondering if actually, you know, you still need to find the Z sword, which makes defeating True Evil not even really all that worth it. You're not going to save a whole lot of time by just skipping that quick boss fight. So I don't even know why I checked that. I already have Jeeble glasses. I should not be checking accessory spots. The main reason we check accessory spots is to find Jeeble's glasses, and I've already found them. So, I have Reflector Ray. I can go down. Yeah, see, this is why commentating increases the mental stack a lot. There's so much shit going on. Oops. I gotta learn how to stop swearing, too. There's so much stuff going on that you can be focused on what you're saying and not what you're doing, and that's no bueno for speedrun. So this guy is OD, or Orlok Dracul, that's what that stands for. Okay, and what Dracul does is he lets you borrow books from the library, and those books give you a very specific boost. You can borrow one book when you first run into him, After you take 2 teleports or travel to 2 different areas of the castle from this area, you will unlock the ability to grab a second book, and then you will also unlock the ability to grab a third book by doing it again. He also hides an accessory, which I'll go ahead and show this right now, because why not? He has the same exact little property that the librarian in Soten has. You bop him into the ceiling a few times, and a little chest appears, you know, below. So, we don't need to save. We kind of have all the damage. Okay, that doesn't work. So we have a little time stop shard that we found. It's pretty broken. The only problem is there's a few glitches in the game that are really rough, and they have not been patched out. It is just the way it is. And one of them is involving the standstill, and I definitely don't want to get myself soft locked by accident. Okay, so this was nothing, effectively. So you're going to see me use standstill sparingly, but what's funny is it does work on the final boss. Even though you can see there, it didn't stop that regular boss at all. You know, we'll use it then. Let's get a damage boost over these guys real quick. Okay, so basically what we're doing here is we're looking for just this, the Dimension Shift Purple Shard. So we're just going to run to each area of the castle that has purple shards in it, and we're just going to farm those enemies over and over, and we're looking for a purple shard. So there's all sorts of other little stuff I can cover about, you know, like where we would go, what we would do, what does what, and all that. But I'm going to open the floor right now to, you know, just everything else, donations and announcements and all that, while we just cruise through these areas that I could editorialize for you, but, you know, you can just kind of like see the areas of the castle and enjoy them while we cover some of that other stuff. I can even cancel out of those long fall animations with a slide or a backdash often. Much like Soten, not having double jump really hurts. It's not like a huge deal, but it just makes everything slower. Double jump is probably the thing that speeds up the game the most outside of the accelerator blue shard, which we probably will not find. I will actually probably end up farming it, because I'll farm up all the spots that we could get it in. I always jump through this section so I don't accidentally hit down on the elevator. Ooh, sometimes you turn around. Sometimes I hit the D-pad in the wrong area to where That turns us around a bit. Okay, I did not mean to actually phase through that section. There's a much safer section to phase through that I totally did not get correctly. And I guess now that we have some time, we've had some things spoken about and all that. I can explain some of these directional shards, the way they work. You basically aim the right stick and then you hit a button to launch them. And they kind of like drain your MP as long as you hold the button. So if you get something like this, Tis Rosian, that is a beam, you can actually hold the button and it only charges you for the amount of frames that you're holding the button. So see, it says 40 MP per second. Really what that means is 40 MP per 60 frames. So if I only hold the button down for like 2 frames, I only pay, you know, 1/30 of that cost, which is, you know, makes these things one of the most mana efficient ways to get things done in the game. So another thing with purple shards is not only do we need to farm them to win, they're just one of the most effective ways to get things done. You know, especially if you don't have infinite mana. If you have infinite mana, like I do, theoretically, if you have, you know, free MP, there's a bunch of red shards in the game that can do a lot more damage per second than some of these, but you can't rely on that, you know. And there's another great one in Faltib. So Faltib is arguably one of the best shards in the game. It's probably, I'd say it's tied for the best. It's a much shorter range than, I'm just going to look for... Normally I would skip this chest, but... Okay. I'm looking for the Aegis Plate armor just in case. It might save us time in the underwater section if we have to go there. And there's 2 armor checks here that aren't that slow to check, so... You know, we're not going for like any kind of... We're not racing anyone, so we're not going for like a super insane time. We're just trying to show off the game. Auto-scroller. Yeah, see, this section is just absurdly loud for some reason. They made this section super loud. Okay. Failed CU. Not what we were looking for, but that's a key item chest there, and basically... There is a section of the game that's locked behind a key item, which is why I'm still checking for key items, even though we have the Zangetsu sword, and that may come up. Okay, now the question is, do we farm this guy or not? Oh, we don't have to. Okay. So, blue shards, there's a lot less. Let's talk about the shards for a little bit. Red shards, big flashy spells, or sometimes they'll summon an enemy to help you on screen, but they're not a permanent companion, you know, and so on. A lot of variety. Purple shards we've kind of already covered. The directional shards, they do a variety of different things, but you know, you have to aim them with the right stick, or they will just, you know, shoot out straight in front of you like that. White shards are the movement shards. There's a double jump, just like Soten. There's a high jump, which is effectively gravity boots like Soten, but it's way easier to chain them together. There is Deep Sinker, which makes you sink underwater instead of float, which opens up the underwater sections. There is Invert, which we have and you've seen. And then there's the Shortcut, which we also have and you've seen, and that's like just a inventory management kind of shard. So that's all there is for white. Yellows are just straight passive shards. They're all passive bonuses. That's all they do. Give you a passive bonus. Then you have the blues, which are interesting utility type shards. So what they do is highly varied. Like there's one that heals you. There's one that makes a shadow clone of you. There's one that puts a like impenetrable shield in front of you, but doesn't like quite turn around with you all that well. There's one that lets you dash, which actually I haven't, and I should probably be using. Right? No, that doesn't even work the way I thought it was. The way I thought it did. But yeah, the blue shards again, so there's the standstill one, which just literally locks everything. You know, it's quite unique. I'm not going to bother to jump up to get that. There's one that turns you into that little bunny enemy that I was fighting, Lily. It gives you like actual real melee attacks. There's the shield one I mentioned. Yeah, there's just, and then there's accelerator, which basically makes you the Flash. So that's the one we were looking for, but we're just not going to find it, unfortunately. We've pretty much hit every blue that you can hit before the end of the game area, and we have not found it. So it's probably very impractical to find it at this point. We may get super lucky and get it while we're in the last area. You know, provided the seed is completable, it is theoretically still soft lock possible. Even though I have access to everything that I need to get to everywhere in the game, I have been in a seed or two in the past where the purple shard we needed was overwritten, and the same shard was in two different places, two different drop locations, and yeah, I have no idea how that's even possible. It shouldn't be possible, but it is what it is. Now, we don't have the white that lets you float or sink to the bottom, but with invert, since we can turn upside down, and normally in the water you can you know, jump to go up. When we invert, we will still sink out of the water because we'll still float away from the base of the water, which is the gravity of the planet going downwards, right? But when we turn upside down, we can then still execute our jump, which, you know, in turn lets us you know, swim. Alternatively, we have the Aqua Stream shard, which is free underwater, requires no use of MP underwater, and also just pushes you around in the opposite direction of where you aim it. So this is actually much, much faster than the other methods of moving through the water, so this is what we're going to go with. Okay, bad RNG from him. Sometimes he goes north and doesn't bother you. Okay. This is why I was looking for the Aegis plate. Just to skip through this section a little bit quicker. Skip through these spikies. I mean, we have enough defense and health to not really worry about it. We can just kind of boost right through them. I was kind of hoping that was health, but that's okay. We're still in really good shape. Like, this run's going really well. You know, for not having a lot of the stuff, for not having Dimension Shift in a very, very obvious spot right away. I think, what did I orphan? just Plume Parma, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this actually happened in my submission video, which would be hilarious if it happens in my first practice run as well. But I did orphan Larage, that little there's two green bow guys. There's the one in the beginning, Barbados, and the one in the upper castle, Larage, and then in the library area as well. And I orphaned that. Orphaning is like when we skip a purple, basically. We'll say that. We're like, okay, I'm gonna skip all this. So I skipped those, and it was the one item that had one guy that had dimension shift, and it made my STS submission like probably about 20 minutes longer than it needed to be. So there's lots of weird mistakes you can make. Okay, I could go right and fight an awful boss for another white shard, which was at this point guaranteed to be good movement, but or no, actually it could be deep sinker. Never mind. But you can't always have good movement. Sometimes you have to just suffer with bad movement. So we have everything we need to beat the game other than dimension shift, so we just need to go after dimension shift at this point. And since we're already down here, there's one more purple to the side that we definitely want to check out. And then we can never have to come back to this section in the entire rest of the run. So actually, I want to go down here. Quick note about the food items and how they're different from potions. You can carry up to 99 of a food, which is already a big benefit. In potions, you can only carry up to a certain amount, depending on what size the potion is. It's kind of capped by the game. And, of course. But the food and drink also have a cool, unique property of, on the first time you consume one, even if it doesn't heal you for anything, you get a stat boost. Some food we'll see it and we'll eat it right away because the boost is really valuable. Like one of these is would be like macaroni and cheese. So if we find the macaroni and cheese, we'll almost always eat it right away because it gives MP regen bonus. And if you don't have Jeebles glasses, that's a super buff to have, because everything good that does damage in the game, besides like the very few good weapons, uses MP. So if you have great combat skill, it's not as important again, but that's again like players with top tier combat skill that actually run this randomizer specifically, I'd say it's probably under 6 or under 7. It's probably about 6 or 7 players. It's I think it's like 5 or 6 players actually. I know 4 for sure that have great melee combat skill, and I just don't want to take that away from some of the other players that we have, because they might have been working on it. I'm not sure. I know I don't have the combat ability, but the melee combat ability. But yeah, it's a rare ability in terms of like the overall community, which is probably 7 or 8 times that size. For you to have, not be looking for all the ways to maximize your MP's performance. All right, so here we are in RNG heck, where even though this is like a 4% drop or whatever, it's still not great to have to kill him that many times. But we've had some really good drops, so it's not like I can complain in this run. Ooh, an ice ring? Oh, it's assassins, though. Okay. As you can see, why is this item here? Because they didn't code it correctly. I need to see craftable shards. There we go. Chisel Barrage, I can make... Oh, I can make Fairy Wing, Demon Tail, Poison, Vespin, Stinger. I don't need any of that. We already have everything we need. Alright, and here I'm going to upgrade some of my shards real quick, just because. Invert will help me take a little bit less damage, potentially. The Aqua Stream is what we're going to use on the final boss. Might actually, yeah. Actually, we don't need to use Aqua Stream in the final. Well, we will. Okay. I'm not going to waste any more time upgrading anything else. We don't need poison. We have so much extra damage. We don't need that. Oh. Oh, I already found the... Oh, well. That's fine. I'm just planting that rice seed. He's going to grow me some rice. I'm going to combine that rice with the halite, which is just salt, basically, that we found earlier. And then I'm going to... oh, I should have been able to teleport right back to the library. That was a mistake, because I went to a bunch of different sections. Oh, well. I'm going to grab another book. I'm going to grab the luck book, just to maybe help our drop rate a little bit. And then we're going to go to another section of the castle that has purples in it. That is not a great place to go, but we are out of other places to go. So, and I suspect that at the end of it, well, we can go farm one other purple, but it's a really bad farm, and I don't think it's worth the gamble at the moment. Oh, actually, I should go kill Plume Parma first, is what I should do. Let me let me make sure we don't waste 20 minutes and it's not on the one enemy that I skipped. Also, while I'm doing this, I can open up the last area conveniently. So this takes us into the last area. It's the Den of Behemoths. I like to call it Tiny Huge Island. I have an affinity for calling all the sections in here after Super Mario 64 level names instead of their actual names. So, you know, I'm just gonna go down. There's some Plume Parmas down here we can kill on our way. Huh, okay. No Aegis plates. Oops. Got turned around there. And usually if you see me skipping chests and stuff, it's because, you know, I know there's nothing in there that's useful for us. Okay, it wasn't him. It's okay. It's always Kamikaze. So, no worries there. What do we need to... Oh yeah, it was Assassins. That's what it was. There's something actually useful, but I have to kill stuff on the train, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. Oh, wow, we didn't do Bowmort? Whoops. Okay. Well, this will be a fun one. I forgot to do Bowmort too. I thought I got Bowmort. I must have mixed it up while I was talking in the early game to think that I got it when I actually got like a red or something from another enemy around him. Okay, so now you are going to see a nice little, I wouldn't call it a bug or glitch, but it's a nice little exploit. The reason this actually works is because the game's not trying to put you out of bounds and keep you in bounds. Oh, I did it wrong. I have to reset this. So this is just like a nice little way to get in here. I don't have the Aegis plate, which would help me from taking damage. I don't want to jump that high. Hey, you. Come down here. There we go. That should work. There we go. But if you have invert, you can take this method to get into this area. Normally you have to have craftwork, the Aegis plates, craftwork or Gale Crawler, the Aegis plate. Craftwork's a blue shard, Gale Crawler's a red shard. Aegis plate's an armor. And you have to have some way to move vertically. So high jump or invert as well. To get into this area the traditional way. That gets you in the nice cheeky little exploit having just invert. I think you could probably get it to work with high jump as well, but it's probably way harder. I would never even think about even trying it. Okay, this guy drops a purple, so we'll be farming him. Okay, all this stuff does a lot of damage. Yeah, so I have to be really careful here. Gonna heal a little bit more than we normally would. Just trying to get to this warp room just in case we gotta come back. I do have the Carpenter key and invert, so I guess I'll go for it if Kamikaze doesn't have it, but it's okay because Kamikaze always has it. So we also will have to fight the second Zangetsu fight because I need to check the key item. Likely, the key item we need to open the train area is probably right inside. There's a couple places it could be. It's inside the final area, probably. But it could be up here, so since we're up here anyway, it's a fight we kind of have to take. And we're just going to stay inverted, because it's actually being inverted here. Oh, of course. Yeah, everything here freaking paralyzes to stones, which is... They unfortunately did something to stoning that makes it way harder to break out of than it was in previous patches. I have no idea why they did it. It was probably unintentional, to be honest. Let's kill Carpenter once, I guess, while we're here. Why not? So this guy's an optional super boss. He's arguably one of the hardest in the game, if not the hardest in the game. And he can drop a purple with a 10% drop rate. He also summons these Demon Lord guys that are also awful. And they do cast all sorts of terrible spells at you. And they also drop purples. So we could get the purple here right now from them, which would be cool. Hey, look at that. We got it. Okay, so they're normally in the ice area, which is the last area in the game. It's behind the den that we opened up earlier. I wouldn't recommend doing this at all, but with invert and a beam weapon and infinite MP, you can kind of just stay away from his lethal cleaving attacks there. Those chisel thingies he's throwing. And then you just deal with the demons as they come out. Unfortunately, I don't have like a super great red to deal with them. But Void Ray is good enough. Actually, I might be able to do more damage with Aqua Stream here. Hold on a second. See, yeah, he's immune to... Yeah, this actually might be more DPS, just because we get the extra crouch cancel tech damage in. And with the buffs I made to Aqua Stream by putting in the items into it, it has a little bit better range than it had before. Alright, I'm not going to continue to farm that. Like, that's why we grabbed the portal. I will come back for that, if that's the last spot for us to look, basically. But that's definitely going to be the last thing we do. Because again, he's a super boss. He takes forever. I did it right there, like I said. I did it basically to have the one or two shots at getting the demon drop, the demon lord drop, and we got the demon lord drop. So I think mission accomplished there. Invert's also handy for doing stuff like this, like just dashing across the entire room without having to jump over any of the enemies and stuff. So it's useful for that. Unfortunately, we have not gotten any horizontal movement in this this run. Especially with infinite MP, there's a bunch of extra items that I can get horizontal movement out of, which we just haven't been able to find any of them, which is unfortunate. Okay, he does a lot of damage, so we're just trying not to get hit here. As you can see, I didn't actually want to invert there. That was a misinput. Okay, and I'm actually going to go... I'm going to make this a little bit safer than I was. Aqua Stream, you have to be a little closer. Void Ray, but you can just stay back here and... Okay, not bad. Not awful, not good. Okay, that is really bad, folks. That could be really, really, really bad. So that flower garlic thing, that can overwrite a key item. That can spawn in any item chest, which is normally like a blue chest or a brown chest. For some dumb reason, it's coded to be able to also overwrite key item chests, making the game absolutely uncompletable, and this is why we vet seeds ahead of time. So, yeah, hopefully that's not what happened here. But it absolutely could be. Alright. I don't need to buy anything else. Oh, I could buy a scarf. I mean, when we're not going to get sub-hour, it's kind of like whatever. So, oh, I can't buy a scarf. There are no scarves. Cool. I don't have good accessories either. That's probably why I was still subliminally opening accessory chests. I don't have any good accessories, actually. Okay, there's our rice. So now what I can do is I can go back over here. I can say, hey, what's up, buddy? Let me make a rice ball. And once you craft something in the prepare menu here, that's a food or drink, you can go to the back to over here to the shop, and it is permanently available for purchase. And it costs whatever, you know, its power level is, basically. So you can see here, here's rice ball. So I can just buy a whole stack of rice balls, and now we basically can't die as long as I don't get one shot, which is going to be really hard with me having really good defense and like 600 HP, so. Alright, so the silver bromide, which is the item we need to unlock the train area, is like, it has to be If it's not overwritten by that flower chest, it has to be in the end game area. So we're going to go to the end game area now. And hopefully we find it. We'll do the last couple of purples in the end game area, and then we will come back out for the train if we have to. The good thing about going to the end game area is there is a teleporter area all the way in the bottom where there is Demon Lord and Gremry, which drop purples. So by committing to going all the way down there, even if they're not there, it's unfortunate, of course, but since we've got a lot of good offense, we have very little chance of dying, and also we will get a teleporter room that's going to let us get back there very quickly, even if we have to go to the train. And the train has a teleporter room at the end. So we don't even have to waste stone out and then teleport. We can just teleport right from the last area of the train section. Yeah, and unfortunately, there are 3 more spots for blue shards. One we're never gonna... Okay, there it is, right there, right away. One is for blue shards. I'm sorry. One is in the lab that we never go to in STS, unless there's I don't know, 1 in 37% chance or some bullshit that. I'm sorry, can't say that. We almost never go to the lab that's all the way in the bottom corner. That's in between the lava section and the water section. You kind of have to go there in the vanilla game. It kind of forces you. You don't have the other options of movement to go any other way. But there's no purple drops there. So unfortunately, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for us to go there. The only thing that's there is 1 blue drop. There's no key items. Oh my god, why am I turning around? What is going on? Do I need to buy a new controller? I mean, I was going to buy another one of these controllers just to have a backup, but yeah. Anyway, so we just don't go there very much, and we'll go there in Max Chaos a little bit. It's also very hard to get into. You either have to have Deep Sinker and Reflector Ray, or you have to have Deep Sinker plus Dimension Shift already. So it's very weird. You're not going to be going there in very many scenarios. I'm going to go ahead and save first before I do this farm, because you can take a lot of damage doing this farm. And we're going to switch up the shards. I think I want Flamethrower? I'm just trying to not take any damage while I'm getting up to this little section where I failed that. Yeah, just because you invert doesn't mean gravity reverses for everything else. It only reverses for you, so... Okay, that was not as effective as I was hoping. Actually, this might be the best. Does this actually stun the dragon? It does not. Alright. Wow, that's only going to do 85? Well, that's not worth it either. Yeah, it's Aqua Stream, I guess, or bust. Alright. Oh, we could try Shurikens. Shurikens might be a little bit better. Yeah, that's probably the best, actually. Lets me jump over, bait the Void Ray attack, which is the best attack for us. Yeah, okay. I have to keep my thumb really low on the down deep part of the D-pad to avoid turning around, and that's something I can focus on when I'm not talking about the game a lot more, but you can also dash cancel by and make sure you don't turn around by inputting down away from the direction you want to cancel a dash in every time you do the dash cancel. So like I can do down back, but that's obviously a little bit more precise than just down, unless you play on a leverless controller, in which case, why not just hit the extra button? Alright, there we go. Okay, Ravishing Ruin is rude. Unfortunately, that is not the droid we are looking for. So we are going to have to... Can I just... Thank you. Okay. Fortunately, we're going to have to fight this boss. And this is another reason I was looking for Aegis Plate as well. If you have Aegis Plate, you can invert on this boss here. And you can basically take no damage and just sit in a safe corner and almost never get hit by anything but like a coin. But without it... Okay. I tried to empty my money. Unfortunately, I did not dump as much of my money as I would have liked, but that's fine. We have basically infinite healing items, so we're going to be just fine here. Okay, so he's out of HP, but then he has a gimmick. He steals all your money and regenerates health for it. And then you have to fight him again. So you can kind of hose this by having no money when you come in here. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what happens. So that's okay. We have a save. The purple that we found actually is completely irrelevant. So we can just go straight back to trying him again. Like, nothing I found here was relevant at all, so we can just go straight back into the fight. Yeah. I'm just gonna Void Ray him from the side. And this is where I would just answer questions. At this point, we've pretty much talked about everything there is to talk about. I would just answer questions from the audience, chat, host, crowd, live crowd. Alrighty. We don't need mana. Inverting here doesn't really let us skip these because of the arched stuff. I mean, we have to right here. But just killing the enemies is pretty much easier. Yeah, we'll take that. Okay, that's not supposed to be a green normally. Yeah. Good old garlic chest being able to ruin your run. Thankfully, our run's not ruined. I don't think. Yeah, so we have the two super boss keys. We have Bromide, which are the ones that we'd have to be worrying about, and Zangetsuto, which is those are the items we'd have to be worried about getting overwritten by the flower garlic chest. So with all those, we know the seed's completable as long as Dimension Shift itself did not get overwritten. Okay, so now I have to go back to the town. Actually, let me go check the other key item first, real quick. And then I will waystone. Oh yeah, I could have been farming everything a lot easier with this. Just not used to having it and infinite MP. It's probably the thing that drains the most MP in the game, I think. Or not there. Sorry. This typically does not come up very often. Okay. So I need to get... Okay, there's the map. Alright. And then there's one more purple drop that's down here. This boss is effectively mandatory in the regular game, but you almost never see it in either randomizer run. We don't need foil. I'm gonna rebuy all my Even though this doesn't stop the boss, it stops all the boss's shenanigans, which is really nice. Like all these bullet hex stuff will be coming at me, and now I'm just sitting here doing damage, and it's not much she can do about it. You see, there it all is when I let it go. Thankfully, we can just shoot all the Crescent Moon stuff. The red ones, I don't think you can shoot out of the way. Yeah, you can't. Okay, we're gonna waystone after this and then save. Okay, so we've only got 2 more sections to check before the train. Or we can just go straight to the train. This is kind of like the gamble right here. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do both of the optional bosses first. Because they're a little... Or I'm going to do the... I'm going to do the optional boss in the middle, because it's not that long. It's way shorter than doing the whole train. And then I'm going to do the 8-bit area. Because we don't have to actually fight the boss since we can get out with waystones. Normally you'd have to beat the boss to get out, which is why people will usually leave it late, especially if the seed doesn't have waystones in it. And you might recognize this gentleman from other Castlevania franchises. His name's a little different. We like to call him Byman Selmont, and all he can really do to do damage is throw the axes, but I mean, or that. You just crouch. Just crouch, he can't really hit you from the roof. Also, he doesn't typically throw axes if you're crouching because he thinks you're crouching when you're not. Of course, I say that, and he does it. He is a 100% drop, though, thankfully. Okay. And now we go to our last place besides the train, which is up here. Hey, look, it's a picture of you-know-who. Do you guys like 2D Castlevania games? If so... Oh, hey, first drop. Very nice. That ain't it, Chief. Okay, well, I guess it's either on the train or it's soft locked out of the game, so... Alright. So we've got our ID card. Before I sell any purples here, I need to check the crafting station again. Because Dimension Shift may be unfortunately randomed into a crafted slot, which doesn't look like it is so far. Oh yeah, I've seen both purples that craft. So it should only be 2 purples that craft, 2 reds that craft, 2 yellows that craft, and then I think high jump is normally the white shard that crafts, but for randomizer it's pulled into the pool. Where are we going again? Oh, we got to go to OD. Yep. So the ID card is not enough to get into the train. We have to get a multi-pass from OD once we have our ID photo. Because he can't give you a multi-pass without your picture, you know, so. He's going to go ahead and give us our pass plate. And then I'm going to grab the last book. So I'm just going to grab the book that gives us more intelligence. More intelligence means more damage done by anything that uses MP, which is all the good stuff. So. Okay, and then we are going to train in vain, and hopefully this is where it is. If it isn't, we have a soft lock in our first practice run, which is, you know, hilarious. But again, why we have these vetted for any kind of live event. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm like on the tip of the D-pad and I still turned around there. I should probably definitely buy a new one of these. Oh my goodness, what is happening right now? Ooh, I should... Hold on. So you can soft lock this boss as well. I should really save just in case. Marathon safety. Yeah, and unfortunately a lot of these yellows that we're getting to drop incidentally are just useless, so no point in switching to any of them. It's unfortunate that in a seed that took us all around the castle, so we got to see 7 out of 9 blues and we didn't get to see Accelerator. So I might have even considered checking the race game where Accelerator is in the normal game if I had the Aegis plate. But without the Aegis plate, it's a big pain. Because you have to race a ninja, and like if he beats you, you don't get anything, and it's long. And then yeah, and then there's a boss that has the other blue, and it's just not a boss that's worth going all the way out of, especially if it's only a 50-50. You'll just waste so much more time than you would have saved by having the speed boost. Because a lot of the time you're going to save with the speed boost like Accelerator is generated over the course of a run, right? It's not in the last 10 minutes or whatever. So at this point, it's not really worth going for. I mean, we kind of took every advantage and opportunity we had to try to find it, and it just wasn't random into the correct place in the seed. So very careful walking through this door. Walking through that door in the incorrect way can soft lock the fight from the very beginning. I've soft locked the fight many times. I've also been able to unsoft lock it once or twice, which is hilarious. There's all sorts of things you can do to soft lock it. You can go up too high in the screen. You can deal... That is not it. Directed shield is not dimension shift. You can do damage to it while it's doing that nail attack and kill it. You can underflow its HP by accident, which in theory you can get out of, and I have done that before. I've underflowed the HP of the boss and then done so much damage to it that I still killed it. It's happened. But, yeah. And the ninja guy did not drop his, right? Yeah, Abyssal Guardian we farmed and it wasn't them. Where is he on here? Yeah, here he is. Okay, yeah. So we have to farm this guy. He drops a purple. So this should be pretty easy. The only problem is where he's at on screen. We have to do a little movement to get to him, and we have no horizontal movement. So there's weapon chests that I could have checked for Graham, which is a sword that would let me do a lot of dashing, running through a lot of flat horizontal areas. The problem is it wouldn't help me in a lot of key areas like Accelerator would. So I just kind of ignored it, and that's that. There we go. Okay. So we have 2 more purples. And that's every single purple in the game. So let's see what happens, folks. 100% purple run incoming? Oh, there is another blue, actually. We've only seen 6 of the 9 blues. My bad. There's a blue in here. So in theory, we can still find Accelerator. It's that little pixie enemy right up there. City. Oh, she dropped a Queen's Tail. That's something that we need to craft the shard. And this Bomber Morte guy is the guy that will drop. Hey, what's a coming to go? And now you get to see Flash mode. Look how much faster this is. It's kind of crazy how much faster it is, but... So this is the second to last purple. Okay, there's just this boss that's right here above, and if he doesn't have dimension shift, we are soft locked. Hopefully. Alright, folks, we get to finish the game! Oh, I can't waste on until the doors open, probably. There we go. Alright, and now you will see why we need this shard, and there is no alternative to needing it. I went right past it. It's right here. How do you get through this giant wall? Well, that's the only way. Teleport through. And then you have a couple more walls right here. Reflector Ray can get you through this little gap, but those other rooms, that other room there, no way through that without ye old dimension shift. Alright. And then we're good on equipment. Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna see a very, very easy boss fight, but a lot of times when we get here, we do not have the items to be able to do what I'm about to do, and we have to fight with a lot less equipment, a lot less levels, a lot less health, a lot less MP, a lot less items in the bank. You know, there's a lot of times I'm gonna be poisoning Dom with some kind of version of poison, and then just praying and hiding in a corner. You know, and sometimes a fight with Dominique can take upwards of 5 minutes on its own if you don't have good gear to, don't worry, I just spilled a bunch of water on myself. No big deal. Not a problem, not a problem. Nothing on the electronics. Just me. We're finishing the run. We need Standstill and Aqua Stream. So you can see the Standstill actually stops the boss from moving. So this is kind of complicated. There's a bunch of bullet stuff to dodge. But basically, Dominique will then possess one of the heads of the boss. And that's the boss that will have reduced damage, or reduced HP, to be defeated. And what you do is, you just go hard in the paint on whatever head she's on, and then you kill it, and then that's it. It's way more complicated than that. When you don't have as much gear and broken stuff, but when you do, it's easy. And I'm going to go ahead and get this cleaned up, and then we're going to run another one. Luckily, I took almost all of the splash myself. And then the floor took the rest. Nothing really touched any of the electronics, which is good. And yeah, I'm gonna have to throw some stuff in the dryer real quick here, but yeah, bear with me. Fun, fun, fun. That's why I shouldn't even put the cap back on the bottle if it's not tightened all the way. All right. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, and thankfully, tonight's practice sesh, we've got enough time. We did an STS run, now we're going to do a max chaos run. All the stuff I said didn't applies, except we're just going to have stuff randomized into a whole nother stratosphere. We're going to have mixed rooms and everything random. All right. All right, so kind of gonna go through the same explanation. I'll assume I've already explained the differences between max chaos and STS, and each of the selectors, and then we'll just go from here, and we're gonna do the same kind of run through with the same kind of commentary that we did in the first run, and all that. All right, my name is Tony Ortiz. I am a runner and commentator for the Bloodstained Ritual Night Randomizer community, and we're here playing the game live today. You can notice the randomizer mode is selectable from the jump. When you buy the game, it's one of the few games out there with a built-in randomizer, so if you're looking for a good place to get into randomizers and you like Metroidvanias or platformers in general, this is a great place to get involved and get started. We have a great community, friendly and welcoming people. Without all of them, I wouldn't be here. So shout outs to them, but let's get going here, and the timer will start in the bottom left corner there on your movement of the character Miriam, but we also have an actual timer because this timer doesn't do things like keep track of you saving and resetting or dying and having to reload or whatever. It also loses some time on like certain screen transitions and stuff loading, so yeah, we'll get that started in 3, 2, 1, and go. I'm going to dash the wrong way just to prove that my controller needs to be replaced. Okay, so we'll talk about the movement stuff in a second. Let's just talk about the game itself real quick for those unfamiliar, which I'm sure a lot of people are. This game is the spiritual successor to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. So you probably are familiar with that, but if you aren't, it is one of the very first games in this space to really explore what makes Metroidvanias, right? So it takes the Super Metroid kind of formula and the old Castlevania formula, and it kind of added all these other layers onto it, like equipment and RPG style stats. More than just your HP level, but your magic, your other resources, weapons that you could freely equip and unequip, stuff like that. I don't think. Yeah, so this is a max random, so this is it's gonna be a little bit trickier to navigate here. But basically, the game, is near and dear to a lot of us, and the same people who made that game made this game. Not the same company, but basically the same main creative mind and several people that are with him made this game, and it was crowdfunded. The randomizer mode was added as a stretch goal. And it was initially not a randomizer when it was first conceived. It was a roguelike mode. But they soon learned in development, after trying to implement that roguelike style mode, that it was going to be impossible for them to do it and deliver on the time that they wanted to deliver that mode on. So their compromise with the community was to change that into a randomizer mode. Now, unfortunately, what this means is that they did not hire anybody to write logic for the game. So, but what was good is that we got a free built-in randomizer mode in the game without having to use any external tools in order to play it. So that's your trade-off. With no logic, we run into a lot of scenarios where you can soft lock your game. I was supposed to check that room up there. Okay, that's cool. It's a teleport room. It's all that matters is there's a teleport room somewhere. So yeah, basically, we vet seeds for any kind of important, event or race or anything like that. And make sure somebody plays through it first, that it's completable before we use it in anything that's, broadcast and so on. So that's how we do it. The soft locks are not as bad as you would think. They are pretty rare, and they did hear the community's issues with this, and they try to put in some measures to alleviate the problem, and they do work. They just don't always work. There's a lot of if-thens that should be in the game that are just not. And that's where we are at. So, that being said, we're playing Max Chaos. This means everything's shuffled with everything. And that means that every treasure chest in the game is shuffled with every other treasure chest. Every shard drop from every enemy is shuffled with every other enemy. All enemies, drop pools are shuffled with each other for their items that they can drop. So we're going to have to do probably a lot more work than we normally would have. And I've already made a mistake, I believe. Yeah, I don't think I missed a chest. But that's okay. We can teleport back to it later. Because when you're talking and playing at the same time, it is not easy. Oh, cool. Okay, we didn't have to go to the second phase there. We had enough damage on our weapon to be able to... the blessing and curse of weapons with special attacks, folks. You don't always get the special attacks when you want to get them. But basically, the other game that this game draws heavily on is there's actually a series of games. It's all the Castlevania games for the Game Boy Advance. So they have the Soul system, which is what you've seen a bunch of these weird things popping out of enemies, and then I get them and it says, oh, you got this ability. That is basically direct copy from the GBA Castlevania games that use souls. They're called shards in this game. And they give you a bunch of different abilities. Their different colors kind of designates like what category of ability it is. You can have one of each color equipped, except for the white shards, which you can use all at the same time. White shards are basically the movement abilities of the game. So, yep. And that's kind of... and then it also has that game's combat. So the melee combat in Soten is pretty one-dimensional. It's really easy, which is awesome. The melee combat in this game is a lot more complicated, if you want it to be. If you don't put the time and investment in the melee combat, it's just kind of there. You swing your weapon, you do your damage. Some weapons have special attacks. You keep seeing me doing this quarter circle forward one. Or is it like a... I can't remember what the katana motion is. I do it by accident all the time, but I can't do it intentionally, which is funny. So, yeah. That's all there is to it. Now, normally with melee, if you're really good at it, though, you can do a lot of extra attacks. And that is through the canceling system, which kind of plays into the movement as well. Okay, so we have to note that there's a... there are ice rings on Dulla, so we might want to do that to beat the game, depending on what goes on. Is this less attack? Yeah, it is. Yeah, the Beast Killer is the good droppable whip. So with melee combat, I'll explain how complicated it gets later. Let's talk about shards real quick, because you're going to see a lot of those popping out. Basically, every enemy except for like one or two in the entire game has a shard drop. And the final boss, and so all of those are shuffled together, including the stuff that's in the item lamps that you'll see a little bit later. And then the various colors are different things. So like the red ones are like big flashy magic attacks. They cost a lot of MP. They do something unique. But they don't see a whole lot of use unless we have unlimited MP by equipping a very specific item, which is the best item in the game. That basically makes our MP use 0, which is awesome. Then you have blue shards, which are like the technical, like weird, funky shards. There's only 9 of them, and they all do something wildly different. One will freeze everything on the screen. One will make you super fast, like the Flash. One you can just hold down the button to heal you for MP. One will turn you into an enemy and let you use all their attacks. One's a shield. One makes a shadow clone of you. One has one of the enemies pop out of a portal and like claw attack things. They're just like super unique things that they have a really weird function role. Then you have the purple shards, which is the main bread and butter of the game. These are the directional shards. This is like, how I shoot this fireball. They all require you to either shoot them laterally or use the right joystick to aim them, and then you can shoot them at any angle in 360 degrees. This is where the category of shards is at for the shard that we need to complete the game. And it's also where a lot of the best damage shards are, just because of the way that they use the MP. So they all operate on a per second basis. And they all cost us a very specific amount of MP per second, which you can see in the screen of the description of each one. What this lets you do, though, is you only pay for the amount you actually use. So if you don't hold the button down for a full second, you don't pay the full amount of MP to use the shard's ability. Unless it is a solid projectile like this fireball. This fireball has like just a cost. But there are a lot of shards in the game where you can hold the button down, and you can continuously leave the effect out. There are beams. There are other sorts of weapons. Types of those shards. There's like a giant dude with a freaking meat grinder that you can pop out and use to damage enemies. And if you only hold the button down for say like 10 frames, you'll only use that much of the total MP cost. So it ends up being that a lot of the best shards in the game for doing damage are purple, and they follow this model where you can do 2 or 3 frames, get that first damaged hit, and then save a lot of MP because you're not using like 75 MP to use this attack or whatever. Then you have yellow shards, which are just purely passive. All they do is provide you a passive benefit. And then you have green shards, which is a permanent companion, summon pet. And there's about, I think, 6 of those. Almost all of them are useful in some way, but none of them are really necessary, for like beating the game or anything. There's a yellow. Okay. And then you have the white shards, which are the movement abilities, and there's 3 different abilities that actually give you movement. There's one that gives you the ability to sink underwater, and then there's one more that gives you the ability to have like a quick inventory switching mechanic that really probably shouldn't be there. It should probably be just included as part of the game's mechanics, but this is where they went in design space, so that's where we are. And that's shards in a nutshell. So, how do we beat this game? Well, we have to, kind of similar to Symphony of the Night, we have to beat the Richter-style boss that guards the end section, and then we have to do the end section and beat the big bad boss at the end. So, in order to do that, we need 2 specific items. We need 1 piece of equipment, and we need 1 shard. And that 1 shard is called Dimension Shift. It's a purple shard. So we need that. That's how we get to the final boss's room, because it's blocked off by a solid wall that only Dimension Shift can get through. Awesome. So I fell in a spot where you really are not supposed to fall. And I also didn't turn in my quest, or I already killed... Oh, I already killed 2... Maybe I already killed 2 Savnox? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, so we have to redo this section here, unfortunately. I fell like a jabroni. Down for the 3 count. And if you watch the run before this one, you'll notice me killing all these extra enemies, and that's because, again, with all the shards shuffled around everywhere, you have to everything in the game could theoretically drop that dimension shift that we need. So this is going to be better than anything we have equipped. That doesn't matter. Okay. So basically in the first section here, we have no movement, and we're basically looking for progression in any way, which, you know, a lot of times is going to be a movement shard. Sometimes it's going to be the craftwork blue shard. And I'm just skipping a lot of stuff right now because I want to open up kind of like a transportation network. Or like find a better item that, or a shard that I can use for farming stuff a little faster. Maybe save some time overall. I also have Waystones, which is very rare for Max Chaos, for them to pop up right away in the shop. There's so many items that get shuffled into the shop in Max Chaos, but since I do have them, and I have the ability to just transport around the whole castle, I'm definitely going to just like open up all the areas I can, see where the teleporter rooms are, and then we'll go from there. Sometimes Xanagetsu just does not want to cooperate with you. If he just stood still and did the uppercut and like regular attacks, instead of doing his stupid backdash, that would be amazing. Stop backdashing, bro. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so another thing you're going to see me do in Max Chaos a lot that you would not see me do in STS is that I'm going to go into every single room, basically, that has like an item check in it, and I'm going to be hitting those because I'm looking for key items like that. Silver Bromide, that opens up a whole section of the game. I'm going to be looking for that Zangetsu sword that we need to beat the game. That could be in like literally any item location. And I'm also going to be looking for other important items like, you know, that will help me survive, do more damage, armor, weapons, accessories, you know, all that. Okay. Amphibian speed is good to have because odds are you're going to have to go into the water at some point, and if you don't have Aqua Stream, going through the water is very, very slow. Amphibian speed basically takes care of that issue, so that's going to save us time later in the run, likely. It's very unlikely we won't have to touch the water at all, but... I'm going to keep Drain on. I don't think we need... Almond Gold, though, actually might be good to have, because... since crafting is way more dynamic in this mode as well, we will want money to buy stuff from the shop that we normally would not be able to have available, because we want to save all of our stuff that we find to use it to craft. And, like, I'm going to wait to explain how crafting changes so drastically in MC until we go back to the shop, which we will be going back pretty quickly. So I'm going to just go check one of those safety spots for the logic. You saw one in the last run where I went and looked for the sword in the sword safety spot, and it wasn't there. And then right here, there normally would be like another lamp with the invert shard, potentially, for movement, as a safety for movement locking us out of where we need to go. So, no movement safety, that's always a bad sign. That means we're in for a slow and methodical slog, unless I find, like, accelerator and double jump right away. I hate killing her. She's, like, not even worth it. I'm just going to keep going forward. A lot of these guys I'm going to have to come back and kill later for their shards, so... may as well just keep progressing forward. Get more, equipment looks. That's really what we want. We want looks at, like, treasure chests and stuff to try to find, you know, more gear to help us deal with enemies and kill them quicker. And unlock other areas. Literally ignored my own advice. Put the cat back on the water bottle. Normally this boss has a like a pattern of stuff that he does, but when you're playing an uncapped frame rate on PC, if you stand in that specific spot, or like anywhere in that like area, you can do damage to him, and he just will keep turning around and back around, and he doesn't know how to deal with where you're at. And yeah, it's a free kill. So there you go. Also, one other note is on like many games that are frame rate based, for a lot of mechanics, running on uncapped frame rate makes a lot of harder stuff easier. None of it may can't come up in the run, but if it does, I'll point it out. There's just a bigger window of like, you know, time to do things that is tighter. So like canceling stuff, jumping and bag dashing out of stuff, you know, to cancel it is a little bit easier with uncapped frame rate. It's not free, but it is a little bit easier. Okay, so we have neither safety. Oh, Valkyrie sword though. It's very good. This is the best sword you can find in a chest. So that's cool. Okay. So unfortunately where we're at right now is we need to kill an enemy to get a shard drop to find progression. So I'm just going to kill these two ghosts real quick. Alright, nothing there. And then some of the easier farms in the game are like right here, so I'm just not going to bother wasting a waystone since money's going to be tight. And we'll go back to farming these guys. Typically, I don't really need to reference the bestiary in an STS run, but, you know, max chaos, there's just so much stuff to keep track of that we're going to have to take a look in here quite often. Okay, so, oh, we did Barbados already. We have BGK. We have all those. We probably just want to... Yeah, I don't want to do Toad. I should have stayed up where Gargoyle was. We should have gotten Gargoyle, Demon, Burr, Naiba, and we should have gotten all those, actually. So what we're going to do now is just cut our losses and go back to the boat. Take a look, see if there's any crafting that opened up for us. Ooh, we can make a Words of Wisdom? That's cool. I just have to find summon 8-bit ghost. Oh, there's Jeebel's glasses. So we need 2 blunderbusses and a broodbone. Okay. Can I make a blunderbuss? I cannot make a blunderbuss. Alright. I cannot make an broodbone. So let me see what we can dismantle. Okay. Okay, so there's a bone for only 3. That's great. So we need 2 blunderbusses. There we go. Oh wow. Okay, so 2 Alcahest gets us the Jeebel's glasses, which is amazingly good. Alcahest will drop off enemies. There's a couple different enemies that can drop it, and then I didn't actually even check the shop to see if it could be purchased. So let me take a look real quick. Sometimes you can purchase them. No. Okay. So, but we just have to keep an eye out for. Just have to keep an eye out for those. That's all. All right. Back to the ship. Check this chest over here that I missed earlier. Oh, and it was green. Oh, turns out to be nothing important, so that's cool. Also, another mistake I made because I was talking and not playing was checking this, which I could have checked right away at the very beginning of the game. Okay, not punished for either one of those mistakes, so that's cool. We cannot go to the left there yet. We need some kind of vertical movement. Okay, but I can go... Oh, actually, I need to kill these guys, so I'll just kill you real quick. Alright. Alright, there's that guy. He's down. Alright, so Seema. We need Seema. We need Ghost. Oh, yeah, we don't really get the good Seema spawns here, so... Let me just kill Seema right here. This is probably the most efficient we're going to get, unfortunately. No luck accessories for me to buy either. Big sad. There are enemies that have no drop, so we have to pay attention and make sure we check every now and again. When you kill enough of them, it will actually tell you that it doesn't drop anything, but you have to confirm that in the little demon archive thing that we've got. So after about 20 kills of something, I usually, especially if it's a one-hit kill, I will just check and make sure they're not like the no drop guy. So. Okay, this is about where I would look real quick. Okay, so still says he has one. Hasn't converted yet if he's missing one. I don't know, he had the Fornius drop table, right? Yeah. Which is not a drop table that has anything impressive on it, so... Alright, this is depressing. Okay, still isn't blank, so welcome to RNG heck. I think we're just going to give up on him for right now. Okay, well, can't get that item up there yet still. I might be able to with Kung Fu Boots, but... Okay, so I'm good on all those. I don't have Bone Mort, so let's go do Bone Mort. So now we're basically just going to go back through the whole area of the castle. But we're going to do a little bit of extra farming, that's all. On our way through. Probably not going to get enough ghost kills here before I run out of MP, but awesome. Alright, that's fine. Okay. So now we gotta kill all the stuff on the paths that we were on before. And hope it's not Seema. Okay. Yeah, this is probably a decent amount of time lost because I guessed on where to go, and I guessed wrong. Or I guessed right, and Seema was just like not cooperating at all, which is going to cost us a ton of time. And there's really nothing I can do about that bit. Oh no, the painting dropped for me earlier. Yeah. Okay, this could be it. Nope. Bunny Morphosis. Yeah, okay, so Ordog, yeah. Okay, that's fine. I actually kind of want to eat all the food anyway because of those stat buffs I mentioned in the previous run. What did you drop? Todai. Okay. So I'll farm this guy in the next room because it also has a burr in it. So we need both of these guys, I think. I know I need Boer, so... Sure, I don't think I got Barber before. Okay, we have Barber. Oh, we have both of these already. What am I doing? That was bad. I forgot I got the blue earlier. Okay, that technically lets us go down into the water. But I think I'm going to finish farming out here real quick. And by real quick, I mean pray, because... Okay. I think I can leave Bloodbringer, because... that appears other places. Instead of just here. Gargoyle does too, but not it's not a great... There's no great rooms for Gargoyle. Here's actually... the best room for Gargoyle is right here, so I think I'm going to go ahead and try to finish off Gargoyle here for sure. Oh, you would drop the Icicle on me, bro. So I don't have Gargoyle. Yeah. And with Valkyrie Sword, getting a couple of those kills is not that bad at all. So we'll get him in the middle, I think. Okay, that sort of opens up something. It indirectly opens up something, but I don't think it's worth going for, because it doesn't open up everything in the section where we'd have to go. So Ray effectively opens up the 2 item checks on the ship, but it doesn't open up... Actually, it opens up 3, I think. I think it's good enough. To get 3 of the 5 items available. Oh no, wait, no, it gets 5 of 6 actually. It just doesn't get the one in the top right corner. Yeah. So yeah, I think underwater is where underground is where we have to go now. Unless I want to go back to farming Sema, which I really don't want to do. Actually, let me see if I can get to this item with Reflector Ray. Oh no, we definitely can't. Okay. Maybe if it was upgraded massively, we could. Because I think with upgraded Reflector Ray, the distance increases by a bunch. Okay, and then we've got to make note of what chests are green underwater. Although we don't really have to, because I know where a craftable. Oh yeah, we do know what we do. Because I don't have the Zangetsu sword. So Zangetsu Toe could be in any green chest. So I kind of have to make a note of where green chests are at. underwater in case we have to come back looking for them. Careful not to get hit. Anything that petrifies is really scary because it's so hard to break out of petrify now. I guess in theory, what Reflector Ray also does, it lets me check a lot of these things that I couldn't get out of without it. That's really good. Any beam weapon is great to have. Screw you, bro. Unfortunately, I have to check these drops because, yeah, I'm really looking for Alcahest. Like, if I can find 2 Alcahest, the game completely shifts. So. I could go up there. Oh wait, no, it's up here, my bad. Yeah, so we can go up here. We can ray through the door. Okay, I just threw dirt on my chest. What a meanie. It's the thing in Max, you gotta check every single little item bag like that on the ground, and you have to check every chest. Because any one of them could be Zangat's 12. The one good thing about these shards is I can sell them if I have more than one copy, so I can generate money that way if I need it too. So that's something to think about. Reflector Ray also opens another set of checks, but it's again really slow. I think I'd rather go back down and save that for something that, well, yeah. I would rather go back down because I don't have a teleport. I don't have a good teleport room back down. I probably could have checked one before coming up here, which would have been smart. But I also open to gamble on finding something good, which we just haven't found. I mean, we found Tetracyan. That's like the best thing we found in the last 20 minutes. probably. We're definitely starved for good stuff at the moment. There's a green chest over here, though, that I think I can get to. Oh no, I can't. Can I? I might be able to do it. Hold on. Oh, nope. Maybe like this? There it is. Ooh, that's a nice upgrade, actually. Okay. That's really good. So the Spike Breastplate will deal damage to enemies if you touch them, if your sprite touches them, if your models overlap, and it sometimes lets you damage boost through stuff or kill like certain really weak enemies for free, like bats and things. They'll just touch you and die. And sometimes you trade damage, sometimes it's before they even deal you the damage. So, not a bad armor. Pretty decent, actually. Good defensive stats as well. Ugh. Never fun to find a blue chest in the side room. Okay, this is a teleporter room. It's gonna be... Yeah, I should have checked this first. Well, you know, you can't win them all, so... Aqua Stream. Okay, so there's a green chest down there. Okay, so one over here. Like there's the armor at work, and then sometimes it doesn't work. You see the hitboxes just didn't work for whatever reason. Okay, so there's one all the way over there. Don't remember that. Okay. There's another one right there. We really need the D-Summa drop here because they have a higher percentage drop rate. Just definitely don't want to come back for them at all if I don't have to. Okay, cool. Optimizer, pretty useless. It's actually not bad since we don't have infinite mana yet, but we know how to get infinite mana and it shouldn't be too difficult. Like, once we find something that drops Alcahest, it's on, so... Okay. Oh, I almost didn't take that damage. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have a bunch of greens underwater here. Alright, this would be a lot worse without Tis Resign, I must say, but it's not going to be too bad with it, I don't think. And we have Reflector Ray to not soft lock on the Albert area. Although I really don't want to fight Albert without poison. Okay, Bloodsteel does nothing for us. I'm just going to go... Well, I have to go to the right, try to find a teleport room, and then I can go to the left. Because it's going to hurt really bad to fight a boss and then have like just a random garbage red shard behind it. Oh yeah, fossils are weak to Holy. This is decent. Okay, good. Teleporter room. So actually what I can do is I can keep going this way, teleport out, and then back down. Try to get drops off of some of these enemies. What's over here? Yeah, I would come back. I would come back down this way. I would not. I'm not going to do it right now. It is possible this is also a teleport room. Yep. Okay, I don't think it's worth it though. I think it's fine to find this teleport room. And then just abandon this and come back later if we have to. Nice-oo. The one problem with this is the length it takes to be able to hit the enemy again. You can notice if I in Void Ray in the last run, Void Ray is so much faster to actually do another tick of damage with the beam, and that's why like you will see this used a lot less than Void Ray, even though the elements differ. Little nice tech slide jump there off of a ledge to get a little extra lateral motion for jumping. Jump canceling out of it. So Reflector Ray also going to get us to a lot of these treasure chests. I might be able to jump up there with it. Yep. Yeah. I think I want that HP up, to be honest. Okay. Something good? Nope. There's still a Jeeble's glasses out in a chest somewhere too. It's not like we have to find the crafting materials to get to it. So like that's a big part of it as well. Okay, I'm gonna just double check because I think this is this is a treasure chest that I missed. I gotta check this. This is why I gotta play more MC than. Yep, and it's blue or it's green. Okay, this is why you gotta play MC because MC you have to check every single nook and cranny, every breakable wall. You have to know where everything is. You know, so this one's gonna be way harder to commentate without help, for sure. But hopefully I'll have some community members with me here. Provided they can make it, and the tech allows us to do so. I think it's probably pretty. I mean, getting people in on Discord seems to be not that difficult to do. So. Okay, I'm gonna just not farm that stuff yet. There's lots of enemies where it's like, okay, I can get here. Let me go get Jeeble's glasses first before I come back and commit to farming all this stuff. Like, really what we're hunting for right now, besides progression, is something that drops Alkahest. Which is an item which is the item that lets you dismantle stuff. So, if we can find that, I already know I'm good to go on, I already know I'm good to go on everything else. Like, we can beat the game, we just need the 2 items that let us. And then if we find Outcast for sure, then it's easy, because infinite MP, no matter what you have, typically is good enough. Any semi-serviceable damage shard with infinite MP is usually, you know, going to guarantee your kill on the final boss. Then it just comes to, you know, getting there. Alright, you know what? I'm going to re-equip this because this section's a little bit of a pain in the ass. This guy paralyzes you too if you let him hit you, so we don't want to deal with that. And then when you get a stat up there, you can cancel the animation by pressing start. like anytime after the animation starts. Don't know why they put that in and didn't just give you an option to turn it off, but I mean, here we are. Okay, so I have no way to get to the next section. I need inverts to get through there, so I may as well teleport somewhere else. Probably back to the beginning. Let's grab a couple healing items, and then I guess I have to do the boss or the SEMA farm. I think that's all that we have left. What am I missing? Toad and Ghost. Okay, yeah. Well, the Ghost farm actually is way easier now with the beam. So, ooh, a little shield weapon action. Oh, a little Valkyrie dress. Heck yeah, let's craft. Heck yeah, let's go. Shield weapon is a great option to have for later. And then what was I gonna be dismantling for? A piece of oak. Okay, so I just have to keep one piece of oak, and then I can sell everything else that I have multiple copies of. Oh, I don't think I should have sold the platinum. That was a mistake. Yeah, because the platinum I can use to upgrade a couple shards. It doesn't really do anything for us. This definitely helps. Witch Hat will help us until we can get that. I think I want some form of poison, but I'll wait until the end. I might want to buy a blue rose instead. And then, let's see. I don't think we got any of those, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or that. Okay, so we want to switch to Ice Ring, Plunder's Ring. Oh, wait. Yeah, because that doesn't even have luck on it. I don't have any luck on any caps. Yeah, I'll go Witch's Hat for the MP saving. Maybe this is where I SEMA now? Because I have the beam. I still can't get up, though. I feel like it's probably not worth it. Let's just go to... Yeah, no vertical or horizontal movement is rough, actually. This is a guaranteed, even though it's like a hell fight, but what are you going to do? Ah. It's like so impossible to break out of stone. See, like and then this thing just sits here. It's completely bugged since being patched, but yeah, we just need some favorable RNG and yeah, screw you, man. This fight sucks so bad. If you have any movement at all, it's not that bad. But when you don't have any movement, it's awful. Even high jump to like get around stuff is not anywhere near as bad as you know, even having invert makes it a little bit easier. And it's gonna be all this for a useless yellow shard, watch. Or red shard. Yeah, cool. It's a good red shard, but it's not what we need. This should be a treasure chest. Yeah. And there's nothing in it. Awesome. Alright, I'm just gonna waste stone here and then teleport. Yeah, I think we go shard before we go item, because item's not likely to open up a new section. The shard is what's going to do that before anything else. So we need to finish this farm off. And now with the beam, we can just do this. He really doesn't have? Wow. Okay, well at least we know it's garbage. Alright. So then we have Toad. Which I really can't do anything about. Can farm him in a terrible spot. We can farm him underground, actually. Okay, let's do Toad next. We can use Chair, Toad. Some of the other stuff in here. I'm trying to think. We got Fornius, right? So we have everything but Toad up top. I didn't get Cytheria though, right? Oh no, Ghost we didn't do either. Yeah. Burr Armor, Dullahead. Yeah, the stuff down here. Poison Toad. We know we did get her. So Poison Toad's down here. Bloodbringer's up there as well. Cilia could be a terrible farm. Yeah, we have Fornius. Didn't get that. Didn't get this. Even though we killed a bajillion of them. Okay, and... okay, yeah. Right. Alright. So this is where we do Toad. Awesome. I mean, bad drop, but... Okay, and then we do Decabria right here. Unfortunately, we have to 2-hit him. I don't think I have any MP regen either, which is unfortunate. Actually, I need to check this item drop. Okay. Yeah. Hey. Okay. Can I get to the chair? I don't know if I can see him. Maybe not. Oh, I can't get to him. Is he gonna come down? Not sure. Alright, let's go to the next section. Yeah, okay. Ghost should be next. Let's go up here. And there's a good spot for him, especially if you have a beam weapon just to the left here. We can refill our MP as well right here, which is nice. I'll just save since we've been through a bunch of stuff. I gotta remember if he drops an item to go pick it up. Okay, that's not him. Okay, now where do we go? I think we have to go back down here. We could go here and farm these guys. Let's see, what do we have? Water Leaper, the Demon Dude. Yeah, Archdemon. Okay, purple. Not bad. Do we need Water Leaper? No, we don't. Seeker, Gastelin, Alicia. Yeah, okay. So, actually, I should probably just go do these guys. Let me go do these guys. Alcir and Zephyr and the Dragon, and then we will focus on the other guys later. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is as good a spot as any for this guy. Nice. Best room to farm the other guy in is... Actually, he's farmable in Fireland too, but we can't get there yet, so... Do we have Poison Toad? Hammerhead. Malediction. No, we don't have Poison Toad. This room is the best. Yeah. I'm lucky to have no MP regen in the shop as well. There's usually enough slots for the potions that you can get one MP recovery item. But this is looking really bad. So this is a C we could not probably take to the event because we want to finish in under. I'm assuming. Well, they put 140 for the estimate, which is like that's a typical like decent max chaos is going to be 140 to 145, but a bad one can be like up to 2.5 hours long. So we would definitely want to take one that's not like this. I think that what we will probably end up doing is we will vet one out that has accelerator early, so that way we maintain the gimmick of max chaos, but we have super fast movement everywhere, which will allow me to like go everywhere and do everything and all that, no matter like what else is in the seed. Okay. Crappy red. Can I do anything else down here? Let's see. Chair Mimic I can't really get to. I could go to Cilia, which is stupid. Gasolin is down there as well. Oh yeah, Rocky. Yeah, let me go over to Rocky, I guess. Oh, I didn't open that chest. That's funny. Rocky, could you chill? This is one of the slower farms, but I'm already right here, so. Bro. Sick of you. Alright, awesome. Don't even care what it is, just that it's done is great. Alright. Do we have any... Yeah, nothing I can really do to pick up. Yeah. Okay. Let's go save. I can't reflect array and tower. I don't have Kung Fu shoes to get across. I can't get up any other way. Yeah, we're just stuck right now, unfortunately. There's really nothing I can do about it. Is this one of the ones that you can use to dash? I mean, I can't afford to buy it right now, so. Let's see. What else can we do? Can't really get to a chair reliably. Bloodbringer, I guess I can go to. Oh yeah, I think he's weak to light as well, so that's not too bad. Where do we get to the heads at? Oh, underneath? Yeah. And then the armor, same deal. Okay, yeah. Let's go Bloodbringer, and then we'll go to the other stuff. That would be this. I wonder if I can get up there with reflector ray without having to go all the way around. I might be able to. Oh, I can go up the side of the one room with reflector ray too. I actually didn't think about that. So I have access to a bunch more enemies. I just don't have access to a bunch more item checks. There's one set of item checks I'm still putting off. And we can go do those as well, but I just think that shards are the better way to go here. I think I'm gonna have to pause to use the bathroom in a minute. I didn't really think about this. I was hoping to get something with some direction early. This has been kind of an aimless run around. Usually getting like one of the two safeties is really nice. Like getting invert as a safety means you won't have too bad of a time, but when you have no movement early like this is like the absolute worst possible. Okay, so in here we have a bunch of stuff we can do with reflector ray. I can check that, I can check this. Okay, turns out to be nothing. Alright, so then this side on the left has a reflector ray thing you can do. The right side you can actually double jump up with all the lanterns if you have that. Okay, so that opens up me killing this guy as well, Simeon. And it opens up me killing this guy. Oops, and get the jump cancel. Okay. Okay. Alright. We're gonna orphan Simeon for now. Because we can come back to him. We can actually go down and around and come back. Actually, I'm gonna check that. Oh yeah, baby, here we go. Let's go. Okay, that's a Jeebel's glasses right there, so that's amazingly good. Okay. That's a great defensive option though, because especially now that we're gonna have infinite MP. I'm gonna eat the Manju right away because it increases luck, which we're gonna need a lot of. Does the Traverse rate? No, it does not give luck. Okay. Okay, Chills of Barrage is great, especially once we have infinite MP. We need to actually break that. Okay, I just need to check and see if that chest was green or not. Alright, so now what I can do is... head over here. Do this camp. Okay, and this is probably, I think this is almost all, no, this can be a teleport, yeah, okay. So we can farm Laraj here. Oh. It doesn't matter what yellow it is. Oh, we got another one anyway. So we can't go up here, but we can go back across. So we want to farm this guy as well, since this is an easy spot. And we have a beam. Stupid shield is a problem. I'm just trying to do this before I go back for the infinite MP because I have no easy teleport room to get back up here. Oh, come on. Come on! There we go. Okay, fine. Neat. Silver Knight, help me? Silver Knight, help me? Please? Oh my god, resist petrification, thank you. I think that's the vanilla, actually, too, which is funny as shit. Fuck. Why? Oh, man. Oh, that would have been... I have resist petrification on, man! I didn't resist at all. Alright. We need to kill Octopete, right? Yeah. That's our last one left up here, I think. Oh, and, like, technically Simeon, but... Oh, I will eat that immediately for the mana regen, thank you. Or, sorry, it's max MP, not mana regen. So it's just this guy to farm, I think. Oh, it's the light elemental too, though. Yeah, this might be where we just go back. Get the infinite MP and then come back. I can also go check the items and then... Yeah, I can also just go check the items real quick and do all that. Dismantle. Oak. Craft. Jabels. We did it. Okay, so Jeebel's glasses goes on here. We can take the witch's hat off and put the Diablo hat back on. I'm just gonna go do this. Okay. And then I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna use the restroom and I'll be right back and we'll finish this off. I think this pauses the timer, but I don't know. 1:30:32. Yeah, okay, so tabbing out of the game pauses the timer. Sweet. Okay. Alright, we should be able to resume without too much of an issue here. Alright. Cool. So now we just have to find the magic movement item, I guess. I don't know. Even craft work will just completely open up everything. But, you know. Go check these items, I guess. Why not? Since I've got to go back all the way up anyway. Huh? Okay. That's technically more luck, right? Yeah. So now I can do Axe Outsider here. Alright. Well, folks, that's a way to get across and into other areas of the castle. Okay. So it doesn't matter what Seema has now. Actually, what do I have for red shards? Head flail, shuriken. It's probably the best thing I have. Yeah. Okay. Where is D shift? All right. So I can actually check this room over here. See, this is a save or a warp. Okay, it's a warp. Sweet. So we can just warp up. That's the closest I can get to going across. Yeah. Do I go across up top? I need items? I don't think so. Yeah, because it doesn't really matter, because I can go through the door on the reverse. So I think I'm just going to go this way. Actually, let's go here. We gotta check this. Okay, save room. yeah, you can't dimension shift up the tower though, so that's the one thing about that. So I think maybe what we'll do here is we'll just finish checking all these chests that you get in this area. And then what I'll do is I'll go, I'll teleport back around and up top. Right, healing, yep. I think now it's the best thing you can do is hope it's not in an underwater chest and just check every chest that isn't underwater. Check every item location that's not underwater. And go from there. Nope. It's not what we wanted at all, but okay. Okay. Climbing with this is fucking awful. Okay. Alright, that's all we can do here. So we waste on out. Go up here. Thankfully with Dimension Shift we can actually take a little quicker route though. Go this way and then I can go up and around. Into the area that we need to go into. Ooh, a little upgrade to our Aqua Stream? Alright. I like it. So I cleaned out all the chests. I could go to OSL, but that seems like a terrible idea with what we have. I should just get my ass to the library. I mean, technically we could have fought Bloodless, I guess. But that was the, like, that's a last resort type deal. You don't want to do that unless you absolutely have to. Because we were over, we had access to this area at least. Okay, Moonbelt's nice, but I don't want to put it on because I want to keep my luck for farming, but I probably should because we need to shmoo. Where is it? There it is. Okay, Toxic Storm's great for boss fights. I'd take a red that was like more powerful than Shuriken. That would be cool. Actually, let's go put on the luck helmet. Make up for the luck not on the accessory. We don't really need the extra int. I mean, we're already doing a lot of damage as it is. I hate this room. Cool, no teleporter. Just what we always wanted. Luckily, we don't need a shard. So there's not really a big... It's not really a big deal that we can't teleport back here. So we don't need to go into 8-bit for anything. Oh god, here we go. You... Go away. Okay. Just making sure that wasn't Z because I wasn't paying attention to what was in the chest. Okay, so we can't... Oh, it will suck to not have... Because I don't have Z, so I gotta come back here. Well, that's gross. Neither one of those being a teleport is actually really bad. Do I want to go down and around? Okay. Do I go down and around? Yeah, I think I do go down and around. There's treasure chests to pick up through here. I should get them all. It's more chances to get shards as well. That's right, you gotta fucking... You have to do it like this, probably. Oh, I have invert. What am I doing? Yeah, I found invert. Invert's just slow. That's it. That's the only thing about it. Okay, and then we've got hidden a wall right here. Alright, nothing in the other rooms. Alright, so that's everything cleared. Yeah, this is going to be a long, long one, because Z's just anywhere. There's no right or wrong place to go. I don't have good horizontal movement. You know, if we find accelerator or something, I mean, it's on, but... Not finding accelerator, which we probably won't, is going to take quite a lot of wind out of the sails. Because I'm not going to stop to farm anything now. Alright, so I'm going to... There is one chest behind Bloodless that we can actually check. It's not in here though, right? Yeah. Go back up this way. Oh, no, not that room. Yeah. Now that I have invert as well, I can pretty much go anywhere. Yeah, I can go anywhere in the castle except for what's it called? The train. But I found Bromide earlier, right? Yeah, so I can go to train as soon as I talk to OD. So we get lots of options. The problem is most of our options aren't that good. Like, nothing is like, oh, it makes sense to go here first because of X, Y, and Z. It's just... It could literally be in any spot that drops an item in the entire game, which is terrible. Sure. Does this have a... No. I'm trying to remember this angle. Yeah, there's a chest over here I gotta check. I was like thinking, I'm like, yep, there's a green over here, potentially, and it was green. Okay, So this lets us check the chest behind Bloodless without fighting Bloodless, which is what we want. Unless, of course, Bloodless has Accelerator, then that's really bad, but... What are you going to do about that, except for just eat it? I don't know. I have to check all these locations. If I skip some and then I don't know, I don't remember where I was or whatever, trying to find the sword is just going to be an absolute nightmare, so... Okay. We've almost done it. Awesome. Doesn't get better than that. I'm wearing resist petrification too, aren't I? Yeah, of course I am. And the breakout's so much easier. Oh my god, I finally resisted one. What happened? What is going on? Clearly I must be cheating if I resisted a petrification attempt on me. Thank you. So glad I went through this hallway to get that ammunition recipe. Whatever. Please be a teleport? Yes. Thank goodness. Oh. Okay. I normally wouldn't kill this boss, but there's a treasure chest in here, so in the room, the boss room. It's blue. Of course it's blue. Accelerator? Nope. No way. That'd have been so sick. Okay, let's see here. There is a chest up here I need to check. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Why did I fall so fast? What is going on? Hey, Silver Knight, can you do anything, buddy? You're supposed to be the best familiar. And yet you are, like, worse than useless right now. You haven't blocked any attacks for me or anything? Alright. I think there's nothing else. Yeah, there's nothing else. Let me go in here. I don't know why, but let me just pop this over here real quick. Then I gotta go down this way. We got chesties over here. Okay, so we got invert now, so TTD is an easy situation. It's still going to be slow, but dude, you can't even melee a floating enemy. Silver Knight, what is wrong with you? At least block some attacks for me, Bubba. What are you doing? Alright. Like I said, there are 2.5 hour max chaoses, there are 3 hour max chaoses, and this is looking like a 3 hour max chaos, to be honest. I don't see, unless I find accelerator randomly, and then immediately find the sword right afterwards, I don't see this like letting up anytime soon. You don't see this route very often. This is not the way it typically goes down in this area. Okay, blue, I'm not even going to open it. I don't care. Okay, blue. To do this. Oh my god. There we go. First kill Scythe Mike? That's impossible. It's a great place for those. It really sucks that you can't dimension shift or reflector. Oh my god, dude. Are you kidding me, Shuriken? Could you be a worse thing for me to have right now, please? Amazing. If we only had like high jump, double jump, like movement would be so fast, but we're cursed, so you know. I wanted to be done by 11, and I'm not even gonna get close to that, I don't think. What time is it right now? Oh yeah, it's basically 11, and it's like 8 minutes from 11. We might mercy kill, I don't know, like... just because, like, there's no... This is practice, and this seed would never make it in. Like, we would never vet this one. This would not get there, because this would be well overrunning our time, unless they extended our time for the incentive for max chaos, which I don't know if that's the case. Like, I mean, we said we could curate, so what we'll probably do for a max is we'll like I said, we'll make sure that like something's available early that makes the seed fast, which is more than likely going to be accelerator. I do have to go this way though. Forge. Yeah. Yeah, and Wildly. Oh, I've never seen him this far over. We have to take this back up and then fight the boss. One more? This is a check I haven't done in a long time. Okay, there we go. This is plenty. Let's see if there's anything else. Matters. Nah, we're good. I mean, I could take this as a safety, I guess. Aqua Stream. I can definitely use that. Probably will be using Chisel Barrage a little bit, and we're good. $30 steaks. Wait, is that the closest I can get? Let me see. Maybe the library is closer, technically. Yeah, I think this is technically closer. Alright. We need dimension shift. This will allow us, let me grab a second book as well, which is cool. There's no reason for me to stay right side up here. Yeah. You know what? Let's just fucking invert. How about that? This is how annoyed I am. Profanity filters off. Not even saving. If I screw it up, I screw it up and we quit. We need that. Slice! Oh man. Yeah, you kill that bone mort over there that's doing nothing to me. Really what the Silver Knight should be doing is blocking attacks for me, but he's failing at his job miserably, which is usually what pets do in these games anyway, so it's very rare they're ever useful. Hiya! Yeah, I'm not really going to kill anything here. Why can't I dimension shift through this? That location is often missed as well in Max's. People don't remember that up there. Usually you don't even have to come here before, if you're still looking for Z, you know, you technically can't get in, but without it. However, the game does not get stopped from placing the sword somewhere here. Just generally the safety will go off if that is the case. The safety definitely doesn't work all that well in Max. Nowhere near as well as it does in STS. Yo, dog, I heard you like shurikens. We'll just go. We don't need to kill these. We've got a bunch of steak. We've got good enough shards to get it done. We'll take that. Okay, because that could have been like a potion or something. So brown chest, like the only chest worth opening, I think, at this point. Okay. Validation wall. Oh, funny. Okay, so yeah, that's good. We want to take this off for probably an ice ring. Yeah. And then we'll use this and regenerate. Okay. Oh, actually, I should use Chisel Barrage. What am I doing? Which means we don't want that. We want that. So this is the other shard where you can crouch tech and you can get a lot of extra hits out of it. Just like Aqua. So Aqua Stream and this are like probably like Void Ray, Feltebe are S tier. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, I stuffed her Super Beam. That's interesting. Or maybe Silver Knight did? I have no idea how that happened. Alright, and then yeah, if I was gonna rank shards, maybe there is a tier maker. I should go check it out. I'll definitely do a tier list video on shards if like somebody makes the tier maker. Trying to get hit by the Sonya Blade rings here. Ooh! We have so much health, though, from it being max. Plus, we have a majillion pieces of steak, so... Yeah, cool. One cycle. Not even a problem. Didn't even get to use its beam attack. Alright, there you go, folks. There's a max chaos for you. I will probably, as we get closer to the event, like within the next week or two, we're gonna probably try this. Like I said, people will be joining me for commentary, I think, at some point, to practice the commentary as well. And then also, we're gonna be looking for specific types of seeds to be vetted. So I'm gonna see if the community members can help me out with that. Vet a couple seeds, and if I have to, we can always look back through the completed seed channel in our Discord and grab some of those, because I don't remember any of them, so it's not like a big deal. If we need to, we can always reach into there. We have a spoiler, which is great, and what will happen on the run is if we can't get extra time, if MC wins, what we'll do is we will just have whoever's with me have the spoiler log basically ready, so that we know where Zangetsu and Dimension Shift are, and then I can get like some hints, or they can just straight up tell me where it is if we're running too close to time, and we make basically sure we finish on time, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so there you go. Is what it is. I hope to be able to get things sorted as soon as possible, so you get to see the better practice sessions. But when I'm just firing up seeds, it is what it is. Like, I can't control what I get. So getting no soft locks is always nice, and that's good enough for me. All right, folks, I gotta eat real quick, and then I gotta jump into bed because I still work 5 days a week. But you'll see me tomorrow night. You will see me every weeknight except for Fridays, and you'll see me on almost every Sunday, if not every Sunday from now until the event. Yeah. Got a lot of work to do. This is just the beginning. All right. See you guys later.